Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Um, Carl Kitzman here. I'll be presenting Wills and Estates for all of you. We're going to be spending some time together each evening this week, Monday to Friday. So there will be 5 separate lectures. Um, for those of you who don't know about me, I'm an attorney. I have a practice in Pretoria, Kitzman and Baderman attorneys. General practice, we deal with all kinds of law, and obviously amongst that, wills and estates forms a key part of it. And I've also been a lecturer for LEAD for probably around 7 years now, plus minus, and been presenting wills and estates probably the last 5 years or so for LEAD amongst the different schools. It's obviously great to meet all of you. As we go forward, ladies and gents, just so that we all understand, at all stages, everyone must be muted so that we don't get any noise coming through in the background. That's very important. Ladies and gents, I obviously cannot see you. So just keep in mind, as we're lecturing, I might be saying things that you perhaps have a question about, or you're not 100% following me. If something like that happens, please make a note of it. I will, at different stages, stop speaking and say, right, ladies and gents, I'm going to open the floor for a couple questions. Now, there's a good chance I won't be able to see your hand if you have a question, all right? So when I open the floor for questions, please just say your name. If I hear your name, let's say your name's Ben, and I hear someone say Ben, I'll go, Ben, right? Let me take your question. And then I'll, for a couple minutes, allow various different questions, and then I might turn around and say, okay, guys, we need to stop now because we need to move on with the work. At a later stage, I will then again open the floor for questions. So if you didn't get a chance to ask me the first time, you'll get a chance the second time, or the third time, or the fourth, or the fifth. And by then, you might not have one question, you might have 3 or 4 questions. That's fine. So what I'm trying to say is, if I don't get to your particular question, don't stress about it. Keep your note. The floor will go open for questions again, at least twice every evening. Right. In terms of what we're going to try to do this, two elements here too. There's wills and then there's estates. Now, when we speak of wills, we speak of testate law and intestate law. So what we're going to try to do, ladies and gents, we're going to try to separate the lectures. We'll speak about intestate law this evening. Tomorrow night, we'll speak about testate law. Wednesday evening, we'll learn about the theory of how to wind up a deceased estate. And then whatever time we have left on Wednesday, together with Thursday and Friday, we are going to learn the liquidation and distribution account. I want to be spending roughly half of the time just on the liquidation and distribution account, because that aspect is obviously very important for your exams. It does come up in the exams, and accounts at least usually anything from half or more of your particular exam. And it is the toughest part of wills and estates. So we'll be focusing at least half of the lecture time this week purely on that L&D account. But we will work our way there. We will leave that for last. Now, ladies and gents, notes were sent to all of you. I'm going to stop for 1 minute. For those who do not have their notes in front of them, please, you have this minute. Please make sure you get your notes in front of you, because we'll be working off those notes this evening specifically, because this evening we're going to be dealing with intestate law. Now, you'll see there's various notes that I've sent. There'll be 5 different notes, and one of them is marked intestate. It is a 6-page document, and if you open it, you'll see it's my handwritten notes, and it's called intestate. Please, you have a minute, make sure you open there, and thereafter we will proceed and start with our lectures. Your minute starts now to get your things in order on that side. Right, ladies and gents, you will see those notes were sent out. It would have been sent out from the school itself. These notes are designed just so that you have something visually in front of you. You'll see some I've typed out, some I've just written with a hand and scanned it in and sent it out that way. And yes, you're going to be listening to me, but it's always nice to have something in front of you when you're listening. It makes the understanding process a lot easier. And I'm going to be reading from that note and explaining the process to all of you. So please follow me. I do advise perhaps that you maybe sit with a pen and paper as well on the side, because I will obviously be saying things that won't specifically be on those notes that I've sent out. It will obviously give you the opportunity to make your own notes as we go along. So if you focus on the notes I've provided you, plus make your own notes of things that I'm telling you during the course of the lecture, it's going to put you in a very good spot in terms of understanding wills and estates, and also having a bit of a jump when it comes to any board exams that you may still have to possibly write on this topic. Right, so I'm just entering those notes as well, ladies and gents. Like I said, today and tomorrow we're focusing on the wills part of things. Wednesday we'll be focusing on estates. We'll also be doing the lecture over the course of 2 separate sessions. So I'll be chatting with you and we'll have a little 5-minute break, and then I'll be chatting with you again. We have time from 5:30 to 8:30 on each evening. I suspect Wednesday, Thursday specifically, we'll be needing to use all 3 of those hours. We'll see how things go tonight, but I don't want to cross over the different topics. I want to focus on a specific topic each evening. It just makes the understanding process a lot easier. So if we're focusing on wills for today and tomorrow, ladies and gents, we need to know from the get-go, there's 2 separate elements of wills. When we speak of wills, we speak about your planning for when you pass away. You can either die testate or you can die intestate. Now, ladies and gents, huge difference between the two. We would have studied this in varsity as well. When you die testate, it means that you die with a valid will. So when you pass away, we'll be reading that document, that will, to see who gets what. That's the whole concept behind it. But obviously, we can also die intestate. Intestate means there is no will, or the will that you have is not valid, so it doesn't count, in other words. What happens if you die without a valid will? In other words, what happens when you die intestate? Now, there's certain rules that need to be followed, and you need to know these rules, ladies and gents. Somewhere along the line in the exam as well, you are going to be tested on your knowledge on intestate law. So someone that passes away without a valid will. Now, ladies and gents, what I can tell you about intestate law, when it comes from a study perspective, you can learn it like a parrot. There is no discretion with intestate law. There's rules, and the rules are what they are. The moment you find yourself trying to answer an intestate law question, and you're starting to think, but if that happens, then surely this must happen. Stop that thought process straight away. There's no room in intestate law for any of our discretion. There's rules, and the rules get strictly followed. It doesn't matter how I ask you the question. I can try and confuse you in whatever way. You never have to feel confused. Just follow the rules of intestate law. Now, what I've done in my notes, like I said, I want you to open your intestate law notes. It's a 6-page document. I've marked it as intestate on the top of the first page. I've designed rules that you can follow to learn intestate law. Ladies and gents, you are not going to find these 5 rules as I put it out over here. You are not going to find it in your notes. I've summarized it and made it as easy as possible for all of you. So please don't quote rule 2 or rule 3 in an exam, because no one's going to know what you're talking about. These are Carl's rules that I've put down to make life easier for you and to make the study process easier. We need to learn these rules, ladies and gents. You will see rule 1 and rule 3. That's 10 to 1 what they're going to test you on come exam time, because that's about as complicated as things get. The rest is very easy. You'll see outside of the rules I put down for you, the next 5 pages is examples. So we're going to go through all these examples and make sure we understand what we are doing. Again, ladies and gents, if I say something and we're not quite sure that we understand it, please make a note. So when I open the floor for questions, you can ask me that particular question. Right. Now, if we look at this page, it says always sort marriage out before applying the laws of intestate. Now, from the get-go, and this applies to testate as well as intestate law, ladies and gents. From the get-go, we need to remember that if you are married, your marriage takes preference above whatever your will says or above whatever intestate law says. You cannot move away from your marriage when you pass away. If you were married in community of property, and I tell you, you pass away and you have R1,000,000. If you are married in community of property, what's the first thing that's going to happen to that R1,000,000? Half of it is going to go to your spouse, because your spouse owns half of the estate. So the first thing you would do is give 500,000 rand to your spouse because you're married in community of property. First, give the spouse what is owing to them due to the marriage regime that you have entered into. And then afterwards, do we only start worrying about the rules of intestate law? So you can see I haven't put marriage as one of the rules. I've just started the whole thing by saying, sort out marriage. Thereafter, we look at intestate law. Remember, marriage has nothing to do with your will if you die intestate law. It's a separate thing, and it is ranked above whatever your will says or whatever intestate law says. Intestate law is obviously the rules of who gets what if you pass away without a valid will. So remember what I tell you there, okay? Because sometimes people in the exam assume because their spouse, you gave the spouse half of the estate, that it means now they're not entitled to anything from the rest of the estate. Remember what we said. Marriage has nothing to do with intestate law, but we have to sort it out first before we start worrying about intestate law. Okay. But we'll obviously look at the examples as we go along. Right, so let's look at rule 1. Now, these 5 rules, ladies and gents, and you can make your note if you think you're going to forget. They do not live concurrently. They do not live together at all. Each rule is separate. You look at rule 1. If rule 1 doesn't exist, you look at rule 2. If rule 2 doesn't exist, you look at rule 3. Rule 3 doesn't exist, you look at rule 4. If rule 4 doesn't exist, you look at rule 5. You don't read rule 1, rule 2, rule 3, 4, and 5 together. No. It's in the order of how we apply intestate law. So look at rule 1. Rule 1 says spouse and children inherit first. Now, what does that mean? It means if you pass away with a spouse or you have kids, they are the only people who's going to inherit, ladies and gents. No one else will inherit. Your parents, your brothers, your sisters, your uncles, your aunties, no one will inherit. If you pass away single or unmarried and you have kids, your kids will take everything. If you have a spouse and you have kids, then all of them will share in whatever it is that you leave behind. All right? Remember that. You see spouse and you see kids, and I tell you, you've got a mom, a dad, an uncle, or whatever, forget about them. Intestate law says your spouse and kids are the only ones who will inherit. Okay, but look at this rule. Spouse must receive the greater of 250,000 rand or an equal share. What does this mean? All right, what it means is, if I tell you you pass away and you leave behind a spouse and 1 child, we know whatever you have when you die, everything will go to your spouse and child. Now, let us say, for example, I tell you you have 600,000 rand and you leave behind a spouse and a child. What does it mean? It means each one of them are going to get 300,000 rand. That's an equal share. They each got the same amount. The rule says the spouse must get the greater of 250,000 rand or an equal share. So if I tell you the spouse gets 300K and the child gets 300K, what is greater, 300,000 rand or 250,000 rand? Obviously, 300,000 rand is more. So the rule says, great, give the spouse 300K, give your child 300K. It's equal. But what happens if I ask you the same question, but I add in that you were married in community of property to your spouse? If you had 600,000 Rand and you and your spouse were married in community of property, what does it mean? It means because of the marriage, your spouse must get half, right? So it means your spouse will get 300,000 Rand. Easy peasy. Marriage is sorted. Now we go on to intestate law. Intestate law says if you have a spouse and a kid, they're the only ones who will inherit. Now remember, we have 300K left. We now look at rule 1. Spouse and child inherits. Spouse must receive the greater of 250,000 Rand or an equal share. If you take 300,000 Rand, remember we only have 300K left because we gave half to the spouse because of the marriage. And you go 300,000 divided between the spouse and the child. What's that going to be? It's going to be 150,000 Rand each, right? But what does the rule say? Spouse must receive the greater of 250,000 Rand or an equal share. Now I'll ask you, is 150,000 Rand greater or lesser than 250K? It's obviously less, right? But the rule says, spouse must receive the greater of the two. So what does it mean? It means we can't give the spouse 150,000 Rand because the rule says the spouse will get the greater of an equal share of 250. So it means we have to go and give the spouse 250,000 Rand because 250,000 is greater than 150K. So we go and give the spouse 250,000. Do you see how there's only 50,000 Rand left now? If we have 300K and we gave the spouse 250, there is only 50,000 Rand left. We will give that 50,000 Rand then to the child. So did you see how the marriage influenced that? Just repeat. My first scenario, I say you have a spouse and a kid, and let's say you're married out of community of property to your spouse. You have 600,000. That scenario by just saying, what happens if your spouse is married in community of property? That would mean automatically half of that 600K is your spouse's. So we gave the spouse half. But remember, marriage doesn't influence intestate law. So we only have 300,000 Rand to work with them because that's what's left after your spouse took the half share because of the marriage. And I win 300K divided by your spouse and your kid. And we said, right, that's 150,000 Rand each. But then we said, the rule says spouses get the greater of 250 or an equal share. 150 is less than 250. The spouse already got 300K. So why are we worrying about this 250K rule? We said marriage has nothing to do at all with intestate law, but we have to sort marriage out first before we start looking at these specific rules. I can go deeper into it, and just to maybe I will, maybe just to illustrate how strict these rules are.
Sorry, sir. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. Not sure if you can see our chat, but we keep losing your sound. You keep breaking.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm not too sure why I keep breaking. The signal seems fine on my side. Is it everyone or is it?
Also, it seems to be all of us. If you look at the chat, it's majority of us. So when we hear you, we can hear you clearly, but then all of a sudden the sound breaks and it goes mute for a few seconds. And I think in that time you continue speaking. So when you come back, we've actually lost what you were saying.
Yeah, actually, from the beginning of the lesson.
Okay. I'm just wondering, Zakiso, are you in the lecture? Doesn't seem that way. Sorry, the lady was chatting to me. Can you hear me at the moment?
Yes, we can hear you now, sir.
Okay. If it happens that, just please stop me if it happens that I break again, please. Okay.
And that's
Okay,
fine.
but in the chat, some people are just asking that you start repeating from rule 1 because we actually didn't follow the example that you were providing, please.
Yes, and also
Yeah, I got it. I just opened the chat. I can see. Okay.
Sorry, sir. And also there where you mentioned the out of community of property,
problem,
what the
no
scenario
problem.
will be there. Thank
We'll
you.
We'll stick around on rule 1.
Perfect.
Yes, thank you.
Ladies and gents, all right, let's go back to rule 1. And I'll repeat what I said on this last occasion because it's very important, because we spoke about how the marriage influences intestate law in such a big way. And I said the example, and ladies and gents, if you did hear me perfectly the first time, apologies for repeating it now, but there is people who got broken off, and it's not just one person, it's more than that. So it's important that I just repeat what I said again. Right. So we gave a scenario of 600,000 Rand. We said your exam question says you die intestate. So it means you die without a valid will. And in your deceased estate, there's 600,000 Rand. That's my fabricated hypothetical scenario, right? And I tell you, you leave behind your spouse and you leave behind one child. The moment you see a spouse or kids involved, forget about if I tell you leave behind brothers or sisters or parents. No one gets anything. Your spouse and children will take everything, your whole estate. The rule says divide the money between your spouse and your kids. If you take 600,000 Rand and you divide it between your spouse and your one child, that will mean each one must get 300,000 Rand, right? I mean, it can't be easier. Just divide the money between the spouse and kid. Okay. But what happens if I tell you, same question, but I say, right, you have 600K, you have a spouse and you have one child, but you are married in community of property to your spouse. What happens then? Now we know, sort your marriage out before you even worry about the intestate rules. So let's sort the marriage out. If you have 600,000 Rand and you're married in community of property, what does it mean? Half is your spouse, other half is yours. So you take the 600K and you divide it by 2, right? Because your spouse must get half. In my scenario, why? Because you are married in community of property. What's half of 600,000 Rand? It is 300,000 Rand. Okay, so we give the spouse 300K because we are married in community of property. We've now sorted the marriage out. Done and dusted. Now we go to intestate law. How much money do we have left? We have 300K left, right? Because we gave the spouse half because of the marriage. Rule 1 says divide the money between your spouse and kids. If we take 300K and we divide it between my spouse and my child, how much is that for each one? It's 150,000 Rand each, right? Spouse, give 150K to your child, because that's what rule 1 says. However, rule 1 also says the spouse must receive the greater of 250,000 Rand or an equal share. If I give my spouse 150 and I give my child 150, the question is 150,000 Rand greater than 250,000 Rand? The answer is no. 250,000 Rand is greater than 150,000 Rand. So rule 1 says give the spouse the greater value. Give the spouse 250,000 Rand then. So you have to, because rule 1 is telling you to do that. So you don't give your spouse 150 and your child 150. You give your spouse 250,000, meaning you only have 50,000 Rand left. So it means your child will take what's left. Your child will take the other 50K. So just by adding a marriage in community of property into the scenario, it affected your child's inheritance by so much. In my first scenario, they were married out of community of property. So there was nothing for the spouse to take by marriage. So I went 600K and I divided between my spouse and my child, and it was 300,000 each. And we said, well, 300,000 is greater than 250,000. So we give each of them 300,000 Rand. Happy days, they walk away. When I made the spouse because of the marriage, so we gave the spouse 300,000 Rand, meaning we only have 300,000 Rand left. And we went 300,000 Rand divided between my spouse and my kid is 150,000 Rand each. And we said, hold on, red flag. The rule says the spouses get the greater of 250,000 or an equal share. If 150,000 is the equal share, it means we have to give our spouse 250,000 because the spouse mustn't get less than that. So we gave our spouse 250. So our spouse got 300 from the marriage and 250 because of rule 1, meaning our child only got 50,000 Rand because that's what's left. This rule is so strictly applied, ladies and gentlemen, to take it even deeper. If I tell you, you have a spouse and you have, let's say you are married in community of property to your spouse.
Up, sir, you're breaking
up. And I tell
up.
you, in your deceased estate, you only have 200,000 Rand. So in your deceased estate, ladies and gents,
you are
like
breaking up again, sir.
It sounds like I'm breaking up quite a lot. Yeah, what I'm going to do, just hang around. I'm just going to exit the conversation.
You've broken up again, so I think just exit and try coming back in.
Yeah, he's gone. He'll come back again.
Can you hear me better now, or is it the same issue, ladies and gents?
Now you're
we can hear you clearly. We'll let you know if you break up again.
Okay, fantastic. All right. So I will continue then until I get told that something's wrong again. All right. Okay. So the last scenario I was giving you about rule 1, and this one I'm just giving you just to emphasize my point that please don't apply discretion, just follow the rules strictly. Let's go same scenario. You are married in community of property. You have a spouse and you have one child. Okay, so we know they're going to take everything. And I tell you, when you pass away, you have 200,000 Rand in your deceased estate. What's the first thing you're going to do? You're going to give half to your spouse, right? Because of the marriage in community of property. If you were out, you didn't have to do that. If you're in community of property, you must give half. So we give 100,000 Rand to the spouse because of the marriage. So marriage is sorted. Great. How much do we have left? We have 100,000 Rand left now. Okay. Remember, I told you have a spouse and you have a kid. If you go 100,000 Rand and you divide it between your spouse and kid, how much is that going to be? It's going to be 50,000 Rand each. Okay. What does rule 1 say? Spouse must receive the greater of 250,000 Rand or an equal share. Is 50,000 Rand less than 250? Yes, so it means you must go and give the spouse 250K. Do you have 250K? No, you only have 100,000, right? So your spouse will just take the whole 100,000 rand. I mean, you can't give your spouse money that's not there. If there's only 100,000 rand there, your spouse will just take everything. That is how strict the rules are applied. Don't ever think, oh, because of this situation, we have to give the kid something. The rules don't say that. The rule says if there's more than 250K, yeah, then we can start talking. But the emphasis is if you divide the money between your spouse and your kids, have a look if the amount is more or less than 250,000. If it's more, great, do it. If it's less, remember the spouse must then take 250. What's left you share amongst the kids. Let's look at the example. Go to page 2 for me. On page 2, I just did a drawing, ladies and gents. Usually, you know, what I like to do, if I see an interstate law question, I draw out a family tree, okay? Now, I know it's sideways, so you can just rotate it. But just to illustrate, you can see in the middle in the circle, I put the deceased, right? Look where you put your spouse. You always put your spouse next to the deceased person. If you were married, your spouse goes right next to you on a family tree. Think logically. If you have kids, where does your kids go? Below you, right? So I'll draw my children below the spouse. If your parents are still alive, where does your parents go? Above you. That's obvious sense. You see, mother and father are above my deceased. If you have brothers and sisters, where will you draw them? Side next to you. Kids below you, parents on top of you, your brothers and sisters are sideways. We call sideways collaterals. So going down is descendants, parents going up as ascendants, going sideways is collaterals. Look what I wrote there, collateral. The spouse on my drawing appears to be a collateral, right? Because they're sideways next to the brothers and sisters. However, just remember, the spouse is just next to you. Your brothers and sisters are sideways and they're called collaterals. Okay, it just makes it easier to answer the question if you draw out the full picture of what's being asked. Let me illustrate it to you. Go to page 3. Let's have a look at that example together. You can see I pose a question and then I give an answer. Okay, so on page 3 and page 4, I give you examples of how to deal with rule 1. Let's read it together, word for word. X dies intestate. X has an estate value of 800,000 rand. So they're telling you, X died.
We seem to have lost you again, sir.
Exam question that way. They say, when you die, you have these people that
Sorry,
you're
sir.
leaving behind.
Please
Sorry,
go
sir.
back.
Go back from
Sorry, sir,
estate value
So when you
800.
die,
We
you
lost
have
We are-
these people that you are leaving. Did you lose me again?
Sir, there's issues
Yes.
with your sound again. Yes, can you please go back to estate value of 800,000?
Okay, great stuff. So X has an estate value of 800,000 rand. X leaves behind the following people. Ladies and gents, just to tell you, I know there's a bit of connection issues today. I do believe where I'm at that tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, there will be no problems because I have my main connection back. So if we are struggling a bit tonight, I don't see this being a trend. Tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we should not have this problem at all. Okay. So X has an estate value of 800,000 rand. X leaves behind the following people. So whatever we are saying here, these are the people that X leaves behind. If your name is not here, it means you do not exist. Remember that. X is saying, they're saying in this question, he leaves behind his wife Y, to whom he was married in community of property. Already we know, sure, okay, there's a marriage in community of property, so marriage is going to play an impact here. Eh? He leaves behind his daughter A, his adopted daughter B, his son C, and his mother D. That's the question. Now I ask you, who gets what? Now let's analyze these people here. We see a spouse. That's Y, hey? So we know we're on rule 1. We see a daughter. That's a kid. We see an adopted daughter, B. Ladies and gents, quite an important thing about intestate law is you can only inherit through blood, okay? So you will see if you die without a valid will, your friends can never take anything. Only your blood relatives may inherit. The only exception is adopted kids. If you have an adopted child, they are regarded as your naturally born child in the eyes of the law. So please remember, adopted kids are treated exactly the same way as the kids that you gave birth to, and that's your natural child. Adopted kids are the same. So if I tell you he has a daughter A and he has an adopted daughter B, it means he just has 2 daughters. It doesn't matter that B is adopted, because in the eyes of the law, B is regarded as X's natural child, because that's what adopted law says in South Africa. Okay? They say B leaves behind his son C. So I see 2 daughters and I see a boy. Hey? 2 daughters and 1 son. And then there also says X leaves behind his mother D. Now, ladies and gents, is the mother relevant for intestate law? No. We know the rules. The rules say if you have a spouse or you have kids or you have both, they are the only ones who will inherit. So X's mother D is irrelevant in this conversation. All right. So look what I do. The first thing I do is I draw my family tree there. You can see I draw X in the middle and I put a line through X. Why? Because X has passed away. A line just means you are deceased. So I draw X. Who do I draw next to X? I draw Y, because Y is X's spouse. We said you put your spouse next to the deceased person. We said there's 3 kids, the 2 daughters, A and B, and the son, C. Look how I draw them below X. I've got A, B, and C below X. That's the descendants. That's your kids. And we said he has a mother, D. See, D is drawn above X because that's your parent. But we know D is irrelevant. So I drew D because they told us we have D. But for the purposes of answering this question, we know D is going to get nothing. It's the 3 kids, A, B, and C, that will inherit everything. D will get nothing. Okay. So who do we have in this scenario that needs to inherit? We have the spouse Y, and we have the 3 kids, A, B, and C. So we have 4 people that need to inherit. We know this. That's what rule 1 says. It says, divide everything amongst your spouse and your kids. Okay. So let's start answering this question. First things first, what did we say? We said, look, the question. The question is telling us that X was married to Y and they were married in community of property. Ladies and gents, the question also said X died with an estate value of 800,000 Rand. So what are we going to do? First things first is we're going to give his spouse Y half because of the marriage in community of property. Look what I do there. I give Y 400,000 Rand. And I say there, because of the marriage in COP, the marriage in community of property, we know we have to sort the marriage out first. So we sort it. We give Y half because of the marriage in community of property. So if I give Y half, how much is left? There's 400,000 Rand left, obviously. Okay. What does rule 1 say? It says divide the 400,000 Rand amongst the spouse and the kids. Ladies and gents, if we go 400,000 Rand divided by how many people? 4 people, Y, A, B, and C. Those 4 people need to inherit. 400,000 Rand divided by 4, how much each? 100,000 Rand each, So rule 1 says it's 100K for A, 100K for B, 100K for C, and 100K for Y. Can we do that? No, we cannot.
No.
Why? Because rule 1 says the spouse must get the greater of 250,000 Rand or an equal share. Now, what is greater, 250,000 or 100,000? Obviously, 250,000 is greater. So how much must Y get? Y must get 250,000 rand, because 250,000 is greater than 100,000 rand. So I'm going to give Y 250,000 rand. Look there, right there. Y gets or equals 250,000 rand. And I tell you in brackets, I write there it's because of the 250K rule, because 250K is greater than an equal share, because the equal share was 100K. So we gave Y 250,000 rand. Okay. How much is left? I remember I had 400K and I've had to give Y 250K. It means I have 150,000 rand left. You take the 150,000 rand and you divide it amongst your three kids, A, B, and C. How much is that going to be? 50,000 rand each. That's just because of what interstate law says. Okay. So just to summarize this example on page 3, we have 800K. We gave half to Y because of the marriage in community of spouse and the three kids. So it was divided between the four of them. And it came to 100,000 rand each. We went, red flag, that's a problem because the rule says give the spouse the greater of an equal share or 250K. 250K was greater than 100K. So we gave the spouse 250,000 rand. We only have 150,000 rand left now. We divided amongst the kids, 50,000 rand each. A got 50,000, B got 50,000, and C got 50,000 rand. Okay. Let's look at the next question. It's also another example of rule 1. So go to page 4 for me. Right, on page 4. Let's read this together. X dies intestate, has an estate value of 1.5 million rand. Okay. X leaves behind the following people. His wife Y, to whom he was married out of community of property. Straight away, we know the marriage is not going to influence the deceased estate because the question is just saying they are married out. If you married out of community of property, you married out. Interpret it, it means no one shares in anything from a marriage perspective. He leaves behind his brother A. Straight away, the question told me that there was a spouse. And then the second thing they say is the deceased also had a brother. Is the deceased brother relevant? No, because we know if there's a spouse or if there's kids, they take everything. Your brother, your mother, your father, your sister, they're going to take nothing because you have a spouse and you have kids. So, okay, fine. He has a brother A, but we know for investing, for purposes of interstate law, we know the brother's not going to take anything, not going to inherit anything. Next person they're saying is you also have a son B. Okay, great. B is relevant. Your son is relevant. Then it says he has 2 granddaughters, C and D, from his predeceased daughter E. Here's something we haven't learned yet. Now, what does it mean to be predeceased, ladies and gents? Predeceased means you die before me. So let us say, for example, I create a will, and in my will, I leave 1 million rand for John. 5 years later, John goes and passes away. I never amend my will. When I die, the will reads John must get 1 million rand. Can John take the 1 million rand? No, because John has died. John doesn't exist anymore. So what's the rule? John has predeceased me. So what does the rule say? The rule says, if someone predeceases you, that means they die before you. If they have kids, their kids will step into their shoes. If the predeceased person has children, their children will step into their shoes and inherit on their behalf. So look at this last point here. He leaves behind his 2 granddaughters, C and D, from his predeceased daughter E. So you had a child, you had a daughter. Your daughter's name was E. E had 2 kids as well, right? C and D, which obviously makes C and D your grandchildren. But the question is telling us that E, your daughter, she's predeceased you. She passed away before you. But your daughter had 2 kids, C and D. Now remember the rule? if someone predeceased you, then your kids can step into your shoes. Now let's draw this family tree. You can see I have X, then I've put a line through X again because X is the one that's passed away. X leaves behind the following people, his wife Y. Again, you can see I've drawn Y next to X. His brother A. Ladies and gents, we spoke about this. Your brothers and your sisters, they are called collaterals, hey? You draw them sideways next to X. You can see I drew A there on the same line as X, hey? Because that's a collateral. But we also know that your brother is irrelevant. Your brother is not going to inherit because you have a spouse and or kids. His son B, you can see I've drawn B below X. That's your child. Then remember the question said you also had a daughter, hey? E. See, I draw E there below X, but I put a line through E because E is predeceased. Anyone who's not there anymore, I just put a line through them. And then E had 2 kids, C and D. So you can see I draw C and D below E because that's E's kids. That's your family tree. All right. Let's start deciding who gets what. Remember the first question you ask yourself, is X married? Yes, X is. Does the marriage affect the deceased estate? The answer is no, because the question says that X was married out of community of property, not in. Hey? So the marriage makes no impact on this question. Cool. So we can now move over into intestate law. We see there's a spouse, we see there's kids, we know we're on rule 1. So we're going to divide the money between the spouse and the kids. How many people is there to divide amongst? There's Y and there's 2 kids, B and E, right? We know E has passed on, but we know that C and D is going to fill in E's shoes, hey? But C and D, they're going to share in E's cut, E's inheritance, right? So there's 3 people that must inherit. It's the spouse and the 2 kids. If you take 1.5 million and you divide it amongst the 3, what does it give you? It gives you 500,000 Rand each. Is 500,000 Rand greater than 250,000 Rand? The answer is yes, it's greater. Happy days. There's no red flags. We can give everyone an equal share. So I go and I give Y 500,000 Rand. I give B 500,000 Rand. And then I want to give E 500,000 Rand, right? But E doesn't exist. E is predeceased. So what does the rule say? Step into E's shoes and share in E's inheritance. E was supposed to receive 500,000 Rand. So C and D will share in that 500,000 Rand, which obviously means C must get 250K and D must get 250K because they are sharing in X's 500,000 Rand. These 2 questions we've looked at are the same questions. The difference is in the first question on page 3, the equal share was lesser than 250K. On the second question on page 4, the equal share was greater than 250,000 Rand. So there was no problem. I gave everyone an equal amount of money because the 500K is greater than 250K. Ladies and gents, this is as complicated as rule 1 gets. This is it. Sort your marriage out, take what's left, divide it amongst your spouse and your kids. If the amount is greater than 250K, as we see in this example, give them all the same amount. Happy days, done. If the equal share is less than 250K, give your spouse 250K. Whatever's left, divide amongst your kids. That's what rule 1 says. And that's it. We don't have to overthink it. We don't have to think that this situation changes that situation. No, nothing changes nothing. Just apply the rule strictly, as you've seen what we've done on these 2 examples we've looked at. That's it, ladies and gents. Okay. If there's something you didn't follow about question 1, remember now I will give you the opportunity to ask questions. Go back to page 1 for me. Go back to our rules. We've looked at rule 1. Remember I told you rule 1 and rule 3, they're the biggest, they're the longest. That's what I think you're going to be tested on. But we have to know all 5. So we've looked at rule 1. Let's look at rule 2. Very, very easy. You can't get easier. What happens if you do not have a spouse and if you do not have kids. What happens then? Who's next in line, ladies and gents? Next in line is your parents. Your mom and dad are next in line. Okay? So look at rule 2. Parents inherit next. Mother and father individually take half. Now, this is important. It's not important for now, but you'll see later on why I say so. If you have R1 million and I tell you you are not married and you have no kids, who's going to inherit? We know parents are next. So your mom and dad must inherit. But the rule does not say give the R1 million to your parents. It says each of your parents, your mother and your father, are entitled to half each. If you have R1 million, it means you must give it's the exact same thing as saying give 500K to your mom and 500K to your dad. Perhaps, yes. However, that thought process is going to get us into trouble when we get to rule 3.
Sorry, sir. We lost you again for a few seconds.
We lost you where you were saying something about the R1 million, that what happens when you give the mother and the father R1 million.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I just logged off. I see I lost signal there. So I just thought it's easier for me to just log off and log back on. If I see that the signal goes away for whatever purpose, I'll just log off and log back on. I do have the screen open to monitor that, so you should be able to hear me more clearly now. All right. So as we were discussing, we're speaking about rule 2. Just to repeat it in case I broke up and you missed something, rule 2 was very simple. You can't get easier than this. Next in line to inherit is your mom and your dad. If you have no spouse and you have no kids, take whatever you have, give half to your mother, give half to your father. That's what they're entitled to. So if you have R1 million, your mother is entitled to 500,000 rand. Your father is entitled to the other 500. Let's say your father has passed away, for argument's sake. And let's say you only have a mother. Does the rule say you can give the full R1 million?
Mr. Mahlangu, switch off your mic, please.
Okay.
Apologies for that. You should be able to hear me clearly now. Right. So back to where I was at. I said, if you, let's say you only have a mom that's alive, intestate. and you have R1 million. We know rule 2 says that R1 million must go to your parents, hey? Your mom's entitled to half and your father's entitled to half. But let's say your father has passed away and you only have a mother. Does rule 2 say the whole million must then go to your mother? No, it doesn't. Rule 2 says half to your mother, half to your father. So even if your father's passed away, your mother only has a... So you will go and give 500,000 Rand to your mother. We have another 500K that's supposed to go to your father, and we have to do something about that. But we'll come to that now. But for now, just remember, if you don't have a spouse and you don't have kids, next in line to inherit is your mom and your dad. Half to your mom, half to your dad. As simple as that. That is rule 2. There's nothing more to it. Very, very easy. Let's look at rule 3, because rule 3 is probably the most complicated rule. I have examples of that as well. I want us to follow. I am going to say things, and if you think that you're going to forget, please remember to take your notes, because rule 3 is as complicated as it gets, and I'm going to try and make it as easy as possible for all of you. So hopefully you get it straight away. But if not, obviously ask me questions. Okay. Rule 3. Who's next? Collaterals inherit next. Brothers and sisters and half brothers and half sisters inherit through each parent respectively. So what is that rule saying? If you don't have a spouse and you don't have kids, we learned that next in line is your mom and dad. But what happens if you don't have a mom and you don't have a dad? Who's next in line? Your brothers and sisters are next in line. Obviously, right? I think
Hello, I can't hear
when I
you.
started speaking, even if we can't remember this from varsity,
We can't
we
hear
could have
you.
probably put 1 + 1 together and come to the
What is
conclusion
that?
that after your parents, who's next? Probably your
Hello?
brothers and sisters, right? Your collaterals are obviously.
Hello.
Now, remember. Okay, so apparently I can't be heard. So can you hear me better now?
No, we can hear you, sir. I
We
think
can
that
hear,
person must log
yes.
off and log on. We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
So
you.
it's on their side.
Okay,
We can
so
hear you clearly.
there might be a connection issue on your side then, because the others can hear me. So just check your connection then, right? Okay. Next in line is your brothers and sisters. Now, this is where we got to pay careful attention. Rule 3. If this makes sense, let me put it to you this way. Rule 3 kind of lives through rule 2. Your brothers and sisters can only inherit if your parents aren't there, obviously, because we know your parents will inherit. But if they're not there, your brothers and sisters can inherit. So let's say you have R1 million and you have a mom, but you don't have a dad. Your dad's passed away. Rule 2 says give half to your mom, half to your dad. So we're going to go and give mom half, right? We're going to go and give mom 500,000 Rand because mom is there. The other 500K we're supposed to give to dad, but he's passed away. So it's a problem. With dad's 500K, with dad's inheritance, we have to do something with that. That's where rule 3 comes in. That 500K that your dad was supposed to receive, that will then pass over to rule 3. That money will be divided amongst the deceased person's brothers and sisters. So your brothers and sisters inherit through your predeceased parents, in other words. Let me see quickly. I just want to see the first example that I've put down here of that. I want to see if I can jump straight into it, or if I need to chat a bit more. Okay, I need to chat a bit more. Okay. So there's a couple elements to rule 3. First basic understanding is your brothers and your sisters inherit through deceased parents. Obviously, because if your parents were still alive, we know they inherit because it's rule 2. They ranked above your brothers and sisters. But we've learned that your mom's entitled to half and your dad's entitled to half. The other half, that the one, for example, in our example, we didn't have a father. Father's half will then go over to rule 3, and your brothers and sisters would inherit into father's half. Let's say you don't have any parents. Let's say your mom and your dad's passed away. You have R1 million. Where's the R1 million going to go? It's going to go to your brothers and sisters, right? But we don't take the R1 million and just divide it amongst your brothers and sisters. We imaginarily give half to your dad and half to your mom. Because remember, your brothers and sisters can only inherit through each parent respectively. So your dad was supposed to get 500K. Your mom was supposed to get 500K. But they can't inherit because they're not there. That's why we're on rule 3. So your brothers and sisters need to inherit through your father, and they need to inherit through your mother. So they will, if you had a brother and a sister, for argument's sake, it means that brother and that sister must share in dad's 500K, and it must share in mom's 500K. So from dad, how much are they each going to take? They're each going to take 250,000 rand. From mom, how much are they going to take? They're each going to take 250,000 rand. Now you're going to say, but Carl, if I took the million and I just divided it between the brother and sister, they would have taken 500K each, which is exactly what you are saying. Speaking about half brothers and half sisters. This is the other element to it. Now, make this note. Half brothers and half sisters count as one person. I'm going to say this again. Half and half sisters count as one person. Now what I'm going to say now, you might think is laughable, but I promise you people make this mistake in the exam. I just want to make sure we know the difference between half brothers and normal brothers and step brothers and normal brothers. If you have a brother and you have a sister, it means you share both parents, right? It means you have the same mom and the same dad, obviously. If you have a half brother and a half sister, it means you share one parent, right? We either have the same mom or we have the same dad. If you have a step brother or a step sister, do you guys share any parents? No, you don't. What is a step brother or step sister, ladies and gents? If your mother and father are no longer together and your dad goes and remarries another woman, and this woman has kids already, that kids become your step brother and your step sister, hey? Do you share any blood with your step brother, your step sister? You do not. If I tell you pass away and you had a step brother, can you draw that step brother as part of your family tree? You cannot, because you share no blood with your step brother. You share blood with your brother and you share blood with your half brother. But you share less blood with your half brother as compared to your full brother, obviously, right? So what does the rule say? Your full brothers, your full sisters, they inherit through each parent respectively. Your half brothers and half sisters, obviously they can only inherit through one parent because they only share blood with you with one parent. And remember what I said now. Half brothers and half sisters count as one person. I asked you, make that note. Now, that's everything to rule 3. Let's look how we apply this. If you're feeling a bit confused, it's going to start making sense now. Remember, I told you this is as confusing as this gets. And when you have it, you have it. It's quite boring in the sense of how easy it gets once you understand it. Okay, go to page 5. Let's look at an example of this rule 3. Page 5 of your notes. Right. Let's read it together. X dies intestate. X has an estate value of 1 million rand. Okay, easy enough. X leaves behind the following people. His mother A, his 2 sisters B and C, his half brother D from his mother's side. So what are they telling you there? They say you half brother D. It means you one parent. So this mother had a child with another man who's not your father, eh? So that makes D your half brother. And you leave behind 2 brothers E and F. So what I can see from here, you have a mother, you have 2 sisters, you have 2 brothers, and you have a half brother from your mother's side. So let's draw it. Look at my drawing. I draw X and I put a line through X because X is predeceased. You have a mother A. You can see I draw A on top of X. Eh? You have two sisters, B and C. You can see I've drawn B and C next to X because they are collaterals. You have a half brother D from your mother's side. Look how I draw D, but I draw D on A side, on my mother's side, just to remind myself that you only share one parent with D. A is the only person that you share blood with D, because D is not the son of your father. D is the son of your mother, but not of your father. It's your half brother. And then you have two brothers, E and F. So you can see I've drawn E and F next to you. They are brothers and sisters. Now, if we look at this specific question, I see rule 2 and I see rule 3. Rule 1 says, give everything to your spouse and kids. Do you have any spouses? Does X have a spouse? Does X have kids? No, X does not. Go to rule 2. Rule 2 says, give everything to your mom and dad. Your mom must take 50%, your dad must take 50%. I see rule 2 in this question because the question said you have a mother. You have a mother A. So rule 2 is going to play a big part. However, from reading your question, do they mention anything about your father? Your father is not there. You don't have a dad anymore. So he's obviously passed away because they haven't mentioned you have a father in the question. So you see now, rule 3 is also going to play a part because your brothers and sisters inherit through rule 2. They inherit through your deceased parents. So do you see how I just write their father and I draw a line through father? Because I know that my brothers and sisters are going to inherit my dad's share. So I just draw dad there and I draw a line, and that's just to make my life easier when I answer the question. You didn't have to draw your dad because your dad's not there, but I just drew it because I know that my brothers and sisters must inherit my father's share. Right, so let's start answering this question. The question told us you have R1 million. We don't have a spouse, we don't have kids, so we went to rule 2. Rule 2 says, take the R1 million and divide it between your mother and your father. So it means mom must get 500,000 rand and dad must get 500,000 rand. So I go and I give my mom, who is A, I give A 500,000 rand. That's A's half, right? Rule 2 says divide the money equally between your parents. So I gave half to my mom. You can see A gets 500,000 rand, half of the estate. My dad, my father, must receive the other half. But my father is not here. My father doesn't exist. So that opens the door up for rule 3. Now your brothers and sisters can inherit through your father. Remember, your father has 500K. And the rule says your brothers and sisters must inherit now through your father. Let me ask you this question. We have two sisters, we have B and C. We have two brothers, that's E and F. We also had a half brother D, but that was from our mom's side. Ask yourself this question. Does D share any blood with my father? No. D is my half brother from my mom's side. So D shares blood through my mother. In other words, if my mother died, D could inherit through my mother. With B, C, E, and F, D could inherit through my mother because D shared blood with my mother. But the rule says you can only inherit through blood. The only exception we had was adopted kids. Eh? Okay. Now ask yourself the question. Does D share blood with your father? The answer is no. So D cannot inherit through your father. It's only the father that the people can inherit through because the mother's alive. The mother got the 500,000 rand. So the only people that can inherit through the father is B, C, E, and F. They share blood with your father. Now, how much was your father supposed to receive? Your father was supposed to receive 500,000 rand, right? So we take the father's 500,000 and divide it amongst B, C, E, and F, the two sisters and the two brothers. What is 500,000 rand divided between 4? It's 125,000 rand each. So look, I go and I give B 125K. I give C 125K. I give E 125K, and I give F 125K. There's no 250,000 Rand rule. Eh? We know that was only for rule 1, for your spouse and your kids. The rule simply just says your brothers and sisters inherit through your deceased parents. Father was supposed to receive 500,000 Rand. He is not there. So I divided everything amongst my brothers and sisters. Unfortunately for D was excluded because D was my half brother, but from my mom's side. So D cannot inherit through my father. So I divided the money amongst my brothers and sisters that share blood with my father. As simple as that. Let's look at the next example. Also, same question, just obviously a bit different. Let's look at it together. So page 6. Right, let's read it. It says, X dies intestate as an following people: his sister A, his brother B, his 4
Sorry,
half
sir. We
sisters
seem to have
from
lost
his
you when you were
father's
saying
side,
X leaves behind.
C, D, E, and F, and
Sorry,
his
sir.
step.
Sorry, sir. We seem to have lost you when you started with the first sentence. X died intestate.
Okay, let's go back. So we're on page 6. We're on the last example. Right. X dies intestate, estate value of 600,000 Rand. X leaves behind the following people: his sister A, his brother B, his 4 half sisters from his father's side, C, D, E, and F, and his stepbrother G. That's the question. So I look at this question and straight away I see rule 3. Why do I see rule 3? Does the question say we have a mom or a dad that's alive? It doesn't. It says we leave behind the following people. And look at these people. They're all sisters or brothers. They don't say I have a mom. They don't say I have a dad. So they're not there. All right. So this is a straight rule 3 question. Okay. Let's draw our family tree. So you can see I draw X. I put my line through X. We have a sister A. So you can see I've got A next to X. We have a brother B. You can see I have B next to X. Ladies and gents, does it matter what side I draw A and B of X? It's irrelevant. They're my full brothers and my full sisters. As long as you put them next to X, happy days. They're your collaterals. I have 4 half sisters from my father's side: C, D, E, and F. Ladies and gents, it means my father went and made 4 other daughters with someone else. All right. So they are my half sisters because we only share our father. You can see I've drawn C, D, E, and F on my father's side. I've done that on purpose, and I've made a little squiggly line there just to remind myself. Carl, remember, C, D, E, and F, they are your half sisters. You guys only share a father together. A and B, no problem. You share a father and a mother because that's your full sister and your full brother. And then lastly, the question also says I have a stepbrother G. Ladies and gents, we've spoken about this. Does X share any blood with his stepbrother G? No. Your stepbrother is not your blood brother. It means one of your parents remarried and the person they married with already had a kid. So by law, it becomes your stepbrother or your stepsister, depending on the gender. But do I share blood with them? No. You cannot inherit if we don't share blood. So look at my drawing. Do I draw G anywhere? No, I do not, because G does not belong on my family tree, because I do not share any blood with G because they are my stepbrothers. So please, in the exam, read your question carefully. There's a difference between a half brother and half sister, or a stepbrother and stepsister. Step means nothing. Okay. So I draw them, but look what I do, ladies and gents. I know I'm on rule 3. And I know rule 3 says your brothers and sisters must inherit through each parent. So I just go and I draw my mother and I draw my father. Because I know rule 2 says half must go to my mom and half must go to my father. We have 600,000 rand, right? Which would have meant 300,000 rand to my mother and 300,000 rand to my father. We've established this already. Can my mother take 300K? Can my father take 300K? No, I know they can't because they're not there. But I just draw it and I put a line through it. Again, I don't need to have drawn them because they're not going to inherit because they're not there. But I do it to make my life easier in answering the question. It's a preference. Okay. So let's start. Now look at your family tree. Look at your question. Who can inherit through your mother, ladies and gents? You have a sister A. Of course, A can inherit through the mother. You have a brother B. Of course, B can inherit through the mother. You have 4 half-sisters from your father's side, C, D, E, and F. Ladies and gents, do these half-sisters share any blood with your mother? No, they do not. They only share blood with your father, right? So can they inherit through the mother? No, they cannot. So who are the only people that shares blood with your mother? It's A and B, hey? A and B are the only people that share blood with your mother. Okay. So mother was supposed to get 300K. A and B can step into mother's shoes. I take the 300K, I divide it between A and B. A takes 150, B takes 150. Nice and easy, right? Just divide the money amongst your brothers and sisters that share blood with your parents. Okay, mom is done. A took 150, B took 150. We move away from mom. Mom's 300,000 rand is finished. Let's go to dad's 300,000 rand. Who shares blood with your father? Ladies and gents, everyone shares blood with your father. Obviously your sister, obviously your brother, and your 4 half-sisters, C, D, E, and F. The question told you they come from your dad. They're on your father's side. So A, B, C, D, E, and F all need to inherit because they all share blood with your father. But now I'm going to remind you, remember about 10 minutes ago, I told you make a note. Half brothers and half sisters count as one person. So count those people, count your brothers and sisters, A, B, C, D, E, and F. You see 6 people there, right? No, you don't see 6 people. You see 3 people. You see A, you see B. What did we learn? C, D, E, and F, the 4 of those, they're half, right? What is the rule? Half brothers or half sisters count as one person. That's the rule. Not something that I decided, it's the rules. So I see 3 people. I see A, I see B, and then C, D, E, and F, they count as the 3rd person because that's what the rules say. So if I take 300K and divide it by 3, it means everyone must receive 100,000 rand, right? So do you see I give A 100,000 rand? That's your sister. I give B 100,000 rand. That's your brother. And then the other 100,000 rand is for the 3rd person, C, D, E, and F. Remember, they counted as one person. So I give 100,000 rand to my 4 half sisters. 5,000 rand. Because C, D, E, and F, they share in the other 100,000 rand. Look how I give 25K to C, 25K to D, 25K to E, and 25K to F. Because C, D, E, and F counted as one person. So what do we need to remember about this? We need to remember that if you are a half brother or a half sister, it means you cannot inherit through both parents. You can only inherit through one, the one that you share blood with. And it also means half brothers and half sisters together also only counted as one person. So if you actually look at this answer here, you can see that your full brothers and full sisters, A and B, they inherited twice. They inherited through your mother and through your father because they're your full brothers and full sisters. I mean, they took 150K from your mom and they went and took 100K from your dad. So it means A in total took 250,000 rand and in total B took 250,000 rand. C, D, E, and F only took once, from the parent that they shared blood with. But they also only counted as one person. So their 100K, remember C, D, E, and F, they were one person according to the law. They got an equal share, 100K, and we had to divide it amongst all of them. Now, ladies and gents, apply this rule strictly. What do I mean when I say that? Let's take D, E, and F out of the equation. Let's imagine you only had one half sister. Let's say C. So the question read, you have a brother A, you have a sister A, brother B, and you have a half sister C from your father's side. Okay. Obviously, with the mom, who's blood related to the mom? We know it's only the brother and sister because C comes from the father. Hey? So we gave A 150 and we gave B 150. No difference. Now we go to the father. Who's blood related to the father? A is blood related, B is blood related, C is blood related. C is half, but C counts as one person. So it's 300K divided between the three of them. A would take 100, B would take 100, C would take 100. Do you see, if I say half sisters or half brothers count as one person, it means if you are half sister, you are one person. If you have 10 half sisters, you are one person. So in my second scenario, C was lucky. C would have taken the full 100,000 Rand. But in my first scenario, from a financial perspective, C was unlucky because there was 3 other half sisters as well, and they're all counted as one person. So the easiest way to remember rule 3, I would suggest imaginarily draw your mom and dad, divide the money between them, and then you start. Right. Who of my brothers and sisters share blood with my mom? Okay, I see A and B, they share blood with my mom. Cool. Take the 300K divided between them, 150,000 Rand each. Great. Move on to my dad's 300K. Who shares blood with my dad? Everyone shares blood. Okay, but I have 4 half sisters, C, D, E, and F. Remember, in the eyes of the law, they are one person. So that's one person. A is another person. B is another person. So 300K divided by 3, 100K for A, 100K for B, 100K for C, D, E, and F, which means 25,000 Rand each. That is as complicated as it. I'm going to take questions now. We have been going for an hour and a half. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? Rule 4 and 5 is very, very simple. We'll look at it quickly, and then I'm going to open the floor up for questions. So please, if you have any notes, keep it. I am going to come to you now. We are going to do questions. All right. So on my cell phone, I see it as 1858. At 7:05, so it's 7:05, we look at rule 4. Catch you all in 7 minutes, ladies and gents.
Lion, can you kindly mute your mic?
Ivan, I've been off. Sorry.
Right, ladies and gents, it is 7:05. So we are back. Okay, so we said there's 5 rules about intestate law that we need to know. We've looked at the first 3. First one dealt with your spouse and kids. Second one, your parents. The third one, next in line, was your brothers and sisters and half brothers and half sisters. Who's next, ladies and gents? What happens if you don't have a spouse, you don't have kids? What happens if you don't have parents? What happens if you don't have any brothers and sisters? No one is alive, or you never had brothers and sisters, you were an only child, and both your parents had passed away. Who is next in line, ladies and gents? That is when we move on to rule 4. Let's look what our note says. Page 1 of our notes. Page 1 says rule 4. Next in line is your nearest blood relatives. They inherit next. So, who would that be, ladies and gents? That will be your uncles and aunties and your cousins. If you don't have parents and you don't have brothers and sisters, obviously who's left? Who's next in line? Your nearest blood relatives. So your estate will be divided amongst your parents. Amongst your nearest blood relatives, who will be your uncles and aunties and your cousins. They will then share in what's left, or they'll then share in your whole deceased estate. So that is rule 4. As simple as that. Next in, so it's your uncles, aunties, and cousins, basically. They will share in your whole deceased estate. So if I tell you, you only leave behind 2 uncles and an auntie. You don't have brothers and sisters, you don't have parents, you don't have kids, you have no one, just 2 uncles and an auntie. You'll take your estate and divide it equally amongst your 2 uncles and your auntie, hypothetically speaking. That's rule 4. But what happens if you don't even have those uncles and aunties? Meaning you have no blood family. That means we've got to look at rule 5 then. Who's next in line? Let's look what rule 5 says. Obviously, if you have no blood family left, and there's no one to give you a estate to, right? Let's see what rule 5 says. If no blood relatives, then the estate is placed in a guardian.
Matthews, please mute your mic.
Matthews, please mute. Matthews, please mute.
Sorry, ladies and gents, my signal looked like it was a bit dodgy again, so I just logged off and back on. We are on rule 5, the last rule. Rule 5 is telling us, if you have no blood relatives left, your estate will then be placed in a guardian's fund. Okay. And it will lie there for 30 years. It means there's a 30-year time period that someone can come forward and say, hey, I'm a blood relative of this deceased person. I am this entitled to the claim. There's a 30-year period for anyone to come forward and prove that they were related by blood to you. They're related by blood to you, and they can prove it within the 30-year period. They will be entitled to the inheritance. As simple as that. This is advertised annually in the Government Gazette. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, when's the last time you read a Government Gazette? It's not a frequent thing to look at, right? So you can imagine that this is not easily seen by the public, but that's the way it's advertised. So maybe by luck, you're reading a Government Gazette and you come across an advert from a cousin of yours that passed away years ago, and then apply. And if you can prove that that's your cousin, you will be entitled to the deceased estate. Ladies, and no one comes forward and claims or proves that they are your blood relative, then your estate is forfeited to the government. It becomes state-owned property, in other words. As simple as that. There are your rules, ladies and gents, for intestate law. Let's recap to make sure we see the picture. To die intestate means you die without a valid will. So there's obviously certain rules that apply to everyone. Okay? The rule says if you have a spouse and you have kids, they will take everything. That was rule 1. Remember, marriage plays a part. If you're married in community of property, your spouse takes half of the estate by virtue of the marriage. Then we go on to intestate law. Divide your estate between your spouse and kids equally. If the equal amount is less than 250,000 Rand, we know we must give the spouse 250K because that's what the rule says. What's left we'll divide amongst the kids then. If you have no spouse and you have no kids, who's next in line? Your mom and dad are next in line. If you don't have parents, or if one of your parents have passed away, rule 3 kicks in, which says your brothers and your sisters must step into their shoes and receive the inheritance. So they'll inherit through their mom and they'll inherit through their father. Obviously, if mom was alive, mom will take a half share. If father was not alive, then that's when your brothers and sisters can step into your father's shoes and divide in your father's inheritance. So rule 3 and rule 2 are very closely linked, right? Because your brothers and sisters can only inherit through the deceased parents. Remember, if you have half brothers or half sisters, it means you share one parent. They can then only inherit through that one parent. Also remember that your half brothers and half sisters count as one person. We looked at that example on page 6. Rule 4 says your nearest blood relatives will then step in and claim. And we said your uncles, aunties here in the deceased estate. And lastly, we said if you have no blood relatives at all, it will lie in a it gets forfeited to the state.
Sorry, sir.
Those are the rules, ladies and
Sorry,
gents.
sir.
If we follow those rules strictly, and sorry, is someone calling me?
Yes, we seem to have lost you when you were explaining rule 5, if no blood relative. We seem to have lost you there.
Okay, if no blood relative, which is the last rule, we said if you have no blood, remember, if you pass away, obviously, if you pass away intestate, then we're going to follow the rules.
Yes.
Rule 1, 2, 3, 4. What happens if no one comes forward and there is no blood relative? Then your entire deceased estate gets placed in a guardian's fund and it sits there in limbo for 30 years. There's a 30-year period for someone to come forward and prove that they are blood related to you. If no one comes forward and proves that they are blood related to you, after 30 years, your deceased estate gets forfeited to the government. It becomes state-owned property. That was rule 5. That was the last rule. There's nothing more above and beyond that. Ladies,
Mr. Kyle, I have a question.
and you are unsure of what you are doing, or you're starting to think a bit about perhaps this must happen now, or perhaps that must happen now, I can tell you straight away you are doing the wrong thing. If you get an interstate law question, just follow these rules that we've looked at now. Follow it strictly. There's no exception. There's no but this or but that. No. Follow the rules strictly and you will not go wrong at all.
Uh,
Right,
Mr.
I'm going to open the floor up for questions now. Ladies and gents, please remember, if you say your name, I will then call your name back. You can ask the question. When you're done, the next person, and so forth. All right.
Okay.
I've seen a couple hands go up, so I'm just going to call names of what I see, and you know, you can ask your question thereafter. It's a free fall. Okay. So I saw a Tabogo. Tabogo, do you have a question?
Yes, I just want to find out, since you have been breaking a lot, I just want to find out if the recording is going to be made available to us, and whether it's going to be a clear audio, or the recording will also have the breaks up in between.
I think the recording will be better, because what I've gathered is the breaking is not just coming from me. Some people are hearing me properly, and others are more clear.
Okay. All right. And my second question is with regard to rule
Right.
number. It's still the Boho. I've got a second question is with regard to rule 5.
So we seem to have lost you. Mr. Kitzman, we seem to have lost you. Not sure if you can hear us.
Ladies and gents, there was, I logged off again and logged back on. There was another issue. I just want to go back to Boho. Did you catch my answer to your question about the recording?
Yeah, I did get your answer to the question, but I have a second question. It's with regard to rule 5.
Fantastic.
Yeah, on rule 5, you
Fantastic.
made.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Nick.
Yeah, but sorry, sir. I have a second question with regard to rule 5. On rule 5, you mentioned that if no one claims the inheritance after 30 years, then the money will be forfeited to the state.
Boho, you may ask your question.
Okay, my second question is with regard to rule 5. You mentioned that if no one claims the inheritance after 30 years, then the money will be forfeited to the state. Then who is going to get the money?
It becomes government-owned property. So the same way you pay tax and it goes to the state, it becomes the government's property, and whoever the government is, they take the money in and they divide it in, or they deal with it. Look, it's not the personal money; it becomes state-owned money. Let's say the R1,000,000, for example. No one comes and claims it in 30 years. It goes to the state the same way taxes go to the state, and they filter that money how they deem best, in other words.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, perfect. I saw a hand from a Dion.
My question is with regard to Rule 4. If no relatives the nearest blood relatives inherit next. What in the event that you do have uncles and aunts and cousins from both your mother and father's side? Does it devolve the way that half of the estate go to the mother and father and then devolve to the uncles, respective uncles and aunts?
A 100% correct, Dion. So if you had, let's say, 2 uncles from your father's side and 1 uncle from your mother's side, that father from your father's side, the 2 uncles would have to share from their brother, right? Because your father would obviously be their brother. That obviously makes it your uncle. So if there was 500K on your father's side, those 2 uncles would get 250K each. If you only had 1 uncle on your mother's side, then that uncle would get the 500,000 Rand, the full amount, because there's no one else on the mother's side to share it with. Did I cover you there, Dion? Okay, seems like Dion's gone. All right. Shirley, I saw that hand come up.
I was locked off, but I'm back. So thank you very much. I did catch your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I've got 2 questions. The one question is that in terms of the adoption that you mentioned earlier on, is it a requirement that the adoption should be formalized, as in a court order should be in place? Because culturally, for example, in the Black culture, let's say, for example, a sibling of mine dies. Sometimes I just take over their child and not necessarily go through the legal process. And I would raise that child as my own, although I did not adopt them.
On my end. I'm catching every 4th or 5th word.
Sorry about that. I'll just try to speak more clearly. My first question is that in terms of adoption, we find that sometimes in African culture, you do tend to take over a child and raise them as your own and regard them as your own child, even if you did not necessarily adopt them legally. So in this sense, would it still apply strictly and that child will not be regarded? Or so is it a requirement that there should be a court order formalizing the adoption? And then the second question is that in terms of Rule 5, if you say we should strictly apply the rule, does it mean that even if I had step siblings, the state will still devolve to the guardian's fund just because they're not my blood relations? Thank you.
I'm catching, I'm hardly catching anything you're saying, but I caught enough to sort of understand what type of question you were asking there. So I hope I hit the nail on the head. But if I don't, then maybe just try and ask it again. And again, apologies if I'm talking over you, but it's not that I'm talking over you, it's just you are breaking up. So I don't know when you're done talking. So what I picked up from your question was you were heading towards the adoption route and customary law. I mean, in South Africa, we have an adoption whole law element, and that indicates that there are certain procedures that need to be followed. There's paperwork that needs to be done, and you can then become legally adopted. And we said legally adopted children are regarded as the children of the adopted parents. But then you moved over to customary law. And what I gathered over there is you were mentioning that your auntie raises you, for argument's sake, and they've adopted you, but there's no proof. According to the law, there's nothing specifically that indicates that there was an adoption that took place. So what I can tell you is that with customary law, our law is very, how can I put it? It's very conscious of the fact that customary law practices are different from the law that is gazetted and set down. So in customary law, the courts leave discretion, or discretion is left in the court's hands when it comes to customary law. You can prove something in court, if you are following customary law. What I mean by that, if you can come forward perhaps with witnesses or whatever the case is and say, look, my aunt adopted me, or I adopted this child. From the age of whatever, I've been taking care of the child. I'm the adopted parent. I carry all the responsibilities, blah, blah, blah. There is no paperwork to prove it. However, this is what's happened. If you can convince the court and the court agrees with you then that, look, no, we agree there was actually an adoption that took place, even though there's no paperwork, then the court will allow it. So to answer your question very simply, in customary law, there is more flexibility. And just because it's not in paper doesn't mean it's not there. So you could still prove it in court if there's any disagreements. The court will make the final decision, and they could still rule that you were adopted, for argument's sake, even though there's no paper proving it. I hope that was your question, Shirley, because like I said, I only picked up a couple words.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, yes, it was. Yes, that was my question, sir. Thank you.
Right. Perfect. All right. Okay, I saw it came up quickly, but it looked like I saw a Gibson Molefe, something along those lines.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, sir. Are you able to hear me?
Sorry, ladies and gents, I had to log off and log back on again, just to maybe put it in context. I don't have my inverter with me this evening, and I have it back tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So I'm having to hotspot. You know, if there's load shedding, the inverter would usually do the trick, obviously, but I don't have that this evening. But I am back tomorrow night, and the inverter will obviously be there, and I won't have this, or we won't have this connection issue then, because I will have the backup. Now, in case I missed it, I saw a hand that was raised by a Gibson Molefe. Do you have a question?
Yes, sir. Are you able to hear me now?
I can hear you. You can go for it.
Yes, my question relates to, I think it's the last example on page 6. Hello?
Yes, your question is on the last example.
Yeah, so my understanding of the question was that A and B will inherit from the mother and the father. So I'm okay with the mother's side. So when we go to the father's side, I was under the impression that A, B, up until F, they are all equal when it comes to their father. So the, how much is it? The 300,000 will be shared equally between A, B, C, D, E, and F.
Yes. Now, remember, there's an additional rule that goes with Rule 3 that says if you are half sisters or half brothers, you count as one person. That's what the rules say. So if you look at the question, you will see C, D, E, and F. They are the half sisters, the 4 half sisters. So according to the rules, your half sisters are half That's just for inheriting purposes. So when we divide the 300K, we have to divide it amongst A, B, and then the other person is C, D, E, and F. Yes, there are 4 human beings, understood. But for interstate law purposes, the rules say half sisters or half brothers count as one person for inheriting purposes. So C, D, E, and F counted as one person. So that's why the 300K was divided by 3 and not by 6. Went to A, 100 went to B, and the other 100 went to the third person. And that third person was C, D, E, and F. So we divided the 100K amongst the 4 of them.
Okay, sir, understood. May I ask a favor? Maybe between today and tomorrow, if you can maybe share that section of the legislation, because I had to go back to the law of succession textbook just to double check if I'm understanding it incorrectly or what. So they seem to be following the example that I'm giving, that the fathers share, according to the textbook, they share it like equally between all the children.
You broke up a bit there, Gibson, but I think I got what you were trying to say. You wanted to know what section can you look at for that?
Yes,
I'll make
if
a
you
plan
can
to
maybe
get that for you.
Yes, please. All right, thank you.
Okay, so I'll get that for you, Gibson. All right, I see another hand. I think it's Twala.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good, and you?
No, I'm good. I just wanted to find out about the 250, if maybe it's a standard money that is determined by the rules. Hello?
Yes, you want to know about the 250,000 for Rule 1?
Yes, if maybe it's determined by the rules, or maybe it's the money that is determined how. Hello?
Yes, Twala, I'm listening.
Yes, so I just wanted to find out that. And the second question is, the child who comes with a mother into the marriage, does that child not automatically equals to a child that is adopted?
Okay, Twala, I hope I got your questions. I'm going to answer it, and if I miss something, you can just tell me.
Can I pose the last one?
The first question you spoke about, the 250,000 rand. That is what the law says. So if you actually go back in time, that figure has changed over the years, but it's been 250K for a long time. And the rules just simply state that, you see, the rules don't want the spouse to get less than 250,000 rand. Okay, that's the idea behind that specific rule. And if you actually go heavily into family law, and you will see this towards the end of the week, I think, if you have a family, what we is that if you leave behind a wife or a husband and children, if your wife and husband is financially okay, then your kids are okay because they're able to look after the children. But if your spouse that you leave behind is not financially okay, then it's a problem for your kids because now their parents are unable to support them. So it's a protective mechanism they put in law to say we must leave something for the spouse that you leave behind because they've got to take care of those kids. If mom and dad is okay, the kids are okay. And remember, when you were alive, you and your spouse were contributing towards raising those kids. Now you're gone. So your spouse's money must now be enough to cover those kids, which is often a problem because you relied on both persons' income to look after those kids. Now there's only one person's income. That's why they protect Okay, then you had a second question, Gibson, and I struggled to hear your second question. I know you were speaking, if I recall correctly, you were saying if you are married and you have a kid, I think you said if the mother has a child and she now marries someone else, then you said, does that other person not automatically become the adopted father of that child? And the answer is no. The answer is no. And why is the answer no? Because remember, you have a father. You as a child have a mother and you have a father automatically. Your mother can marry another man. That man does not become your adopted father because you have a father. You can't have an adopted father if you have a father unless they've legally given you up for adoption. That's a different conversation. So if you marry someone and they have kids, that kid does not become yours and it does not become your adopted kid. What you do for that kid is out of free will and you do it because you want to, but you don't, that kid has no adopted rights towards you unless you legally go and adopt that child. That's a different conversation. Was that your questions, Twala?
That's correct. Thank you very much.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. Glad I could assist there. Connie, I see Connie has a hand up. Connie, are you with us?
Mr.
So mine is pertaining to, I've got two questions. Number one is to do with Rule 1. I'm checking in the case where the spouse, one of the surviving spouse was predeceased by her child, her son, and then now she dies, so there is no one left. So I'm just checking if the grandchildren now of the deceased son can now step in and inherit what was supposed to be due to the parent who died before their grandmother died.
Correct, 100% correct. They will then step in to their parents, to that deceased child's shoes, and share in that inheritance that person was supposed to receive. That is correct.
Okay, the other one.
Connie, I've lost you. Okay, I seem to have lost Connie. All right. Let's maybe she'll come back now. Ladies and gents, I know there's other hands, but I can't see the name. If you have a question, please just say your name and I'll call it out backwards.
Mr.
I think it's Angela. So I see Cyphus or Caiphus. If I'm pronouncing that incorrect, you can assist me. After you, Angela will have a turn after that. Connie, before we go, I see Connie is back. Connie, you can ask your second question.
Oh, yes. My second question is basically a follow-up on the reasoning behind the mother getting more share because of the interest of the children she has to take care of. So my question is, what if now those children are independent? They are no longer dependent to their mother. So they are now grown ups. The mother has received her 50% share, but the rest of the money, because she's supposed to get the greater of the amount. So now what happens if they are now grown ups? Can it be challenged in court to say, but the mother cannot get 250 or greater of the share of the deceased, because now she doesn't have any responsibility to take care of anyone. So they are supposed to share equally with the children. Can it be challenged to say she is not entitled to get it at 250 because she doesn't have anyone to take care of, because the children are now grown up? So they're supposed to share equally with the children instead of getting a greater amount.
Okay. Okay. So Connie, unfortunately, it can't be challenged. The rules, remember what we said earlier, you do not deviate from the rules at all. You follow the rules strictly. And there's also reasons for this as well, because even if we take the kids out the picture, remember, as a married couple, you guys your household has expenses. You share in purchasing the food. This one does this one does that. You work as a team in your household. So even if you have no kids, if you were married, you would still have been relying on your spouse in some or other way, shape, or form. I mean, from a monetary perspective, you would have been relying on your spouse perhaps to help pay the bond, to help pay the cars, to help buy food, to do this, to do that, whatever it is. I mean, from a perspective, there's other things that your spouse would have been doing for you and assisting you with in life. So even if we take the kids out the picture, there's still that protection for the spouse, because in the eyes of the law, this couple, this married couple, works together to run their household. So if one of them passes away, we need to protect the other one, because in one or other way, they're going to have a burden without their spouse being there anymore. So even if you take kids out the picture, the argument still stays the same, that I relied on that spouse for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We worked as a team, and now I don't have that anymore. And even if you pull a whole argument forward in the lines of, but you relied on nothing from that other spouse, you still can't change the law, because the law is very clear that discretion is not allowed. You have to follow the rules carefully and clearly and diligently. Does that answer your question, Connie?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Perfect. Caiphus, I think you were next.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Kai. Mine, I just want to check in this scenario where maybe one of my parents predeceases me, and maybe people are inheriting from me, and later I pass on. But now, when my parents have predeceased me, they also have, I also have my grandparents that are alive. So as I was looking at your presentation, it seems to me that these rules are possibly quiet in relation to grandparents, especially when maybe my parents have predeceased them and stuff like that. So how do we deal with such a situation where maybe my parents were supposed to inherit, but they can't because obviously they've passed on, but then my grandparents are still alive? Thank you.
Okay. You were quite soft, but I think I got the gist of it over there. You were basically asking, where does the spouse and kids, we went on to rule 2, which was your parents. And if your parents weren't there, we went on to rule 3, which was your brothers and sisters. They couldn't be parents. If you have grandparents that are alive, your grandparents would fit in by rule 4. So they would inherit like the uncles and aunties. So grandparents fit in under closest blood relative. They have a home under rule 4. They would inherit together with uncles and aunties. Was that your question, Caiphus?
Yeah, no, it's sorted. I wanted to check by which rule are they covered. Yes, no, I think that's fine if they're covered by rule 4.
Hello.
Perfect. All right.
It's Nathan.
Okay. I think the next name that I called, that I saw, I think it was Angela, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. I'm just a bit confused with rule 1, the second part of it, where there is like a predeceased child. So just to clarify, let's say you have the predeceased child who has children, then the children inherit instead of the child. Is that how it goes?
Correct. Yes. So that would make them the deceased person's grandchildren, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the grandchildren can then, so if you have a child, and let's say your child's supposed to inherit 100,000 Rand, but your child dies before you. Okay, so they predeceased you. But let's say your child had children, so that would be your grandchildren.
Yes.
Let's say they had 2 kids. Those 2 kids can then go and claim your child's 100,000 Rand. So you'll give 50K to each kid. So they step into the shoes of your deceased child.
Oh, okay. And if there are no grandchildren, then the that then goes to the rest of the kids in equal shares.
Excellent. That's 100% correct, Angela. I mean, if you are my predeceased child, and the rules say if you are predeceased, if you have kids, they can step in your shoes. All good and well. But what happens if you don't have kids? Then it means there's no one to claim that.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, I guess he logged out. She's probably gonna be back in now.
Right, ladies and gents, I couldn't hear anything, so just to be safe, I logged off and just came back on just in case it's on my side. So let me just confirm. The last person I spoke to I think it was Angela, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
Yes, it was.
Angela?
You broke off while you were explaining about when the deceased is the child without any children. Where there are no
Okay.
grandchildren.
Yeah. So what I was saying, Angela, is the way you said it is 100% correct. If you don't have any kids, then there's no one to step into your shoes. So what happened is whatever cut you were supposed to receive will just be divided equally amongst the other kids.
Okay, thank you so much.
Perfect. And then I called out the name of Anal. Anal, I saw your hand was raised. Okay, I'm not catching anything from Anal. Ladies and gents, on my side, I don't see any hands raised. If I'm missing you, please just call out your name.
Okay, it's Nathan.
It's Nhlanhla.
Yes.
Yes, it's Nhlanhla. Can you hear me? Hello? Yes, with regard to a situation where a disease is not survived.
Nhlanhla, I'm listening.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Yes, in a situation where a disease
You
is
can
not
proceed.
survived,
You can proceed.
Yes. In a case where a deceased is not survived by either the spouse or children, but one of the parent, what happens in that situation? That's my first question. The second question, can you please tell a difference between a stepbrother and sister, as well as half brothers and sister? What's the difference there? Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's answer your second question first. So remember, if you a half brother or half sister, that means that okay, I just got a pop-up saying that there's a delay in the communication on the line. Okay, that makes quite a lot of sense. But anyway, so back to your question, Nhlanhla. You have brothers and sisters. What does that mean? It means your parents, your mother and your father made more than one child, right? Which is your brothers and sisters. Half brothers and half sisters means you guys, you and that brother or sister, that half brother and that half sister, you share one parent. So let's say you were obviously made by your mom and dad, but let's say your dad has a child with another woman. That means that that child, you guys share one parent, which will be your father, right? You don't share the same mother, but you share the same father. That makes that child your half brother or your half sister because you have one parent in common. All right. A stepbrother or a stepsister means you don't share any parents. Let's think hypothetically. Your parents are married and they give birth to you. Your parents then go and get divorced. Your dad goes and remarries another woman. But this woman has a child with another man. All right. So when your dad remarries this woman, that child became your stepbrother and stepsister. Why? Because do you guys share a mother? No. Do you guys share a father? No. Your dad didn't make that child, but he married a woman that had a child already. So that child became your stepbrother or stepsister. You see how you guys don't share any parents via blood. That's why they step. And the moment you see stepbrother or stepsister, exclude them. There is no blood between the two of you. So they cannot inherit through your mother because there's no blood there. and they cannot inherit through your father because there's no blood there as well. All right, it can only happen if there's blood. So that's the difference on that one. On your first question, remember the rules. If you don't have, because I heard you speak of what happens if you have no kids and you only have a mother, and you don't have a father. Does your mother then take everything? Remember the rule that who can step into your father's shoes? It's the deceased person's brothers and sisters. But let's go hypothetical, and let's say that you don't have brothers and sisters. What then happens? In such a scenario, you then move on to rule 4 with your father. Rule 4 says, who's the nearest close blood relatives from your father's side? They can step into the shoes. Because remember, rule 2 said your mother can only get half and your father can only get half. Did I cover your questions there, Nhlanhla?
Very much well said. Thank you so much.
100%. Thank you. Okay, I see another hand. Letshabu, Sinatra. Am I saying that correctly?
Can I make a, Mr. Kyle?
Can I find out something?
A follow up there before the next person on half brothers and half sisters.
I'm not catching Letshabu there.
No, it's just that I stopped because someone wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, when he had the door open, he runs to his bed.
Can I continue?
Yeah, you can proceed.
Yeah, you have to take it.
Please continue. Please continue, sir.
Okay,
Ladies and gents, please let's just make sure that if we're not speaking, we are muted. I'm getting a bit of sound from the background there. After you, Letshabu, Aisha, you'll be next after Letshabu. Letshabu, continue.
Okay, I just want to find out with regard to rule number 4. Is there any formula on how you devolve this inheritance, or is just gonna be split equally? That's my first question.
Sorry, just repeat your first question. Just repeat your first question.
Yeah, I just want to find out with regard to number 4, when you devolve that inheritance, is there any formula how to calculate it, or is it's going to be devolved equally between the people who's going to inherit?
It'll be equally.
There's no formula to say someone is going to inherit 50%, the other one 30% or 20%. It's going to be equally.
That's correct. All
right. Then on the second one, I think there was a lady who asked that question, but I didn't get the answer. On the fifth one, the fifth rule, where it says if no blood relative, then the estate is placed in a guardian's fund. I just want to find out before it's before you forfeit that money, is there any way the step family can benefit from that money before it can be forfeited to the government?
Unfortunately not. The step family under no away in terms of intestate law, unless of course they've adopted you. You know, that's a different conversation. But when you speak of step family as such, no, they will not be able to inherit in any circumstances from intestate law.
All right, no, thanks.
Hi there.
Okay, perfect. I think it's Aisha Babu. That's what I'm seeing on my screen.
Yes, hi, thanks. It's Aisha here. What I'd like to know,
I got you. You can proceed.
Okay, thanks. If there is no children and there is no spouse, do the parents and there's two parents left, do they inherit everything? The two parents, loving parents. Hello.
Aisha, sorry, I didn't catch you over there. Can you go again?
Yes.
Can you repeat, Aisha?
Yes. Okay. So you have no children and you have no spouse, and both your parents are alive. Do they inherit everything?
Correct.
Okay. Then I have one more question.
100%.
If you have more than one spouse, are we going to get questions on those as well?
Yes.
Exams. If we have
So
more
you'll
than
get
one.
half and your dad will get the other half.
Oh, okay. So the mother's going to get one and the father's going to get the other half. And the children won't get anything. Your brothers, your siblings. Hi there, can you hear me? What did he say? Hi, sir, are you there?
Connection problems, maybe.
Yeah, can anybody hear me?
Yes, I can
Yes,
hear
we
you.
can hear you.
Okay, thanks. It must be sir's connection.
Aisha, if you can repeat your second question for me.
Okay, so the first one, both parents inherit equally if there isn't children and a spouse.
Correct.
Okay, then the second question, if you have more than one spouse, are we going to get questions on those scenarios?
No, well, if you have more than one spouse, so let's take, for example, a customary marriage, in other words, you still follow the rules exactly the same. So let's say you have, you are married in terms of customary law, and you have, this male has 2 wives, for argument's sake, and he has 1 kid by each wife. Let's just create that hypothetical scenario. So we see 2 wives and we see 2 kids. All right. Follow the same rules. How many people is that? That's 4 people. All right. So if there's if there's 800,000 rand, you divide the 800,000 rand between the 4 of them. That'll be 200K each. What does the rule say? Spouse must get the greater of 200K or 250K. So is the 200K a problem? It is. So give spouse 1 250K, give spouse 2 250K. So treat them equally. The only difference is, remember, with customary law, your first wife can be in community of property, or is naturally in community of property. Any other wives you take on above and beyond that is not in community of property. So the first spouse could have a marital claim that the second spouse could not have. However, if you want to go technical about it, what is obviously strongly suggested is if you do enter into a marriage regime where there's more than one spouse, you should go and register it at Home Affairs. And then they also request that you set out a plan over there at Home Affairs over who must take what if you pass away. But then again, we're not talking about, then we're talking about testate law. When you speak of intestate law, we're obviously assuming there is no such thing because there is no will. So as far as intestate law goes, follow the rules exactly the same. Divide the money equally amongst all the wives and all the kids. If the equal share is less than 250K, remember to give all the spouses 250K each. The only difference that could come in is with the marital claim. Remember, only the first spouse can have a marital claim to taking half of the estate. Only the first spouse can be in community of property. But other than that, your intestate rule number 1 does not change at all. Was that your question, Aisha?
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks.
Sir,
Ladies and
please,
gents,
can I ask? My hand has been up for
tonight
quite some
we're
time.
having some serious... Who is that?
It's Peladi.
Lottie, go for it. I can hear you clearly. Proceed.
All right, so I just wanted to make sure that I understand. This is regarding Rule 3. So a practical example, if I'm married and my husband has children, they are my stepkids, right? And out of this marriage, we both have our own children. So they will, my stepchildren, because we are not related by blood, will not inherit anything from me. That's the question.
Pilardi, there was a moment where you cut off there. What I got is if you married and your husband has children, but I missed the other part. If you can just repeat it.
Okay, so my husband has children, so they are my stepchildren, right? And so out of the marriage, then we will have our own children. So I just wanted to make sure that I understand the stepkids will not inherit anything from me, only my blood children.
100% correct, Pilardi. So from you, only if you pass away, it's only your kids that can inherit through you. Your stepkids, again, the word step means there's no blood. They cannot inherit through you. However, they will inherit through their biological mother and their biological father. You wouldn't be one of them. So your stepkids would have no.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. I think I understand. Thank you so much.
Kinsman for a question.
Okay. Ladies and gents, there's delays. There's delays in the network. I'm only picking up words. I know there is more questions. Under normal circumstances, I would have already stopped the question and moved on to a next topic, ladies and gents. But the signal is that there's huge issues tonight, issues that I know wouldn't or shouldn't be there for the remaining 4 evenings. So if you had a question and I didn't get to you, just please keep a note of your question. But it's a real problem at the moment with the signal scenario, okay? So what I want you to do, we have looked through the rules of interstate law, okay? I've given you the notes for it as well. Look at it again before we hit class tomorrow. If you still have any questions, please don't forget your questions. We'll move it across to tomorrow evening, where I'll also be back home tomorrow evening and have access to my inverter and all those things necessary to make sure things go a lot more smoother. So from an interstate law perspective, there's nothing else I can teach you other than the rules that were given, because that is what it is, ladies and gents. Make sure you know it. Make sure you know Rule 1 very well and Rule 3, because that is ultimately what gets asked in the exam. Look at your notes again. If there is any questions on it and I did not get to you, I promise you tomorrow night you will have another opportunity to ask your question, and things should also go quicker and more smoother because we wouldn't have any connection issues as such. Well, at least not from my end. What I did gather this evening is that signal was a bit dodgy all around, as there was at stages people who couldn't hear me, but others could. So what I do strongly suggest is these lectures are definitely recorded. If there was some serious connection issues on your end, please also go back, give it a listen. And if there's something that you do not understand from intestate law, please remember that tomorrow evening I will give you the opportunity to ask that question again. All right. But I think from tonight's perspective, I think it's becoming increasingly more difficult for me to hear everyone. So let's call it for the evening, ladies and gents. It is 8:10. Nevertheless, let's move on tomorrow evening. And tomorrow, again, if there's something you don't get from tonight, we'll cover you tomorrow evening. So from my end, ladies and gents, we'll carry on tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. Again, you will get an opportunity to ask me the questions. Thanks, everyone. Chat tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kitzman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kitzman.
Good night, guys.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.